Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the council meeting of Monday, September 19th, 2022 to order. First off, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move to approval of the agenda. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the September 19th, 2022 council agenda be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to number 4, closed session. Before we move into closed, I'll read the electronic participation. Closed session statement declaration. Good evening, members of council. Before we begin the closed session, all members are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as per our procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for the council of the town of Grimsby. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand that matters are to remain confidential, that you confirm that no one else is present with you, confirm that no one else can hear this closed session, confirm that you're not using any electronic devices other than your tablet or computer for the purpose of this video conferencing only, and confirm that you're not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge all of the above, please reply with, "I understand and confirm" to all the statements. Councillor Ritchie?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Vane?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
All right, we need a mover and seconder to move into closed session. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that council meet in closed session under closed meeting under section 2392F. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, specifically regarding 133 to 137 Main Street East and 141 to 149 Main Street East. All in favor to go into closed? All right, we're now moving into closed, and we will be back with the regular portion of our meeting after the closed session. All right, welcome back to the open part of our council meeting. Before we begin, I would like to express my sincere condolences to the royal family on the passing of our late reigning sovereign, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. For 70 years, Her Majesty devoted her life to the Commonwealth and its people. Her dedication and unwavering service was truly admirable and touched the lives of so many. Her Majesty had a special place in Canadians' hearts, and we had a special place in hers. She spent more official time here in Canada than any other country, save the United Kingdom. She first visited Canada as Princess Elizabeth in 1951, and it was on that trip that she said, and I quote, "From the moment I first set foot on Canadian soil, the feeling of strangeness went, for I knew myself to be among not only friends, but amongst fellow countrymen." Based on the outpouring support and condolences, the feeling was mutual. In honor of Her Majesty, the lights of Town Hall have been changed to royal blue, and town staff held a moment of silence earlier today. And I'd like all of council to stand now and hold a 20-second moment of silence right now. Once again, our condolences go out to the royal family and all those in Grimsby and around the world who admired Her Majesty's humility, charm, and grace. Inevitably, the crown now passes to His Majesty King Charles III. On behalf of the town of Grimsby, we affirm our loyalty to Canada's new king and offer him our full support. Long live the king. Now, everyone stand for the national anthem. Niagara Region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendoronk, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara and the town of Grimsby stand with all Indigenous peoples, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. All right, now we move to adoption of previous minutes. Councillor Vardy?
Yeah, I'd like to lift something in the minutes. I think you have the 22.
Night, Mike.
Thank you. Sarah, if I could have the, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to lift 22-149, report 22-25 from the council minutes of September 6th. to be lifted for separate consideration.
All right, and since it's a reconsideration, we do need two-thirds vote. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that Resolution C 22-149 in respect to report PA 22-25 from the council minutes of September 6 be lifted for separate consideration. Recorded vote.
Councillor DeFlavio? Councillor Dunstall?
No.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell?
Sorry, yes.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
No.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
There is two-thirds, so that is carried.
All right, discussion? Councillor Vardy?
Thank you. I understand that this went to Committee of Adjustment and it was turned down. And the developer wants to split the lot in two. And the lot itself is already significantly smaller than any of the surrounding lots. I can give you some, if you can just give me a moment here, I can give you some idea. 322 Main Street West is, what do you got here? It's 73,000 square feet. 325, 324,000 square feet. 326 Main, 19,000 square feet. And sort of on and on, 45,000, 28,000, 26, 43, 30, 35. So the lot at 328 Main Street West is already at 17,308 square feet, which means it's already smaller than all of the lots that surround it. So if you were to divide that in half, it would be an 8,600 square foot lot roughly, when everything around it is at minimum 4 times that size. So the community vigorously objected to it, and I think we should be supporting the Committee of Adjustments recommendation to reject this and not take it and not support what staff's proposing to settle at OLT and allow them to divide the lot.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Any further speakers? Councillor Dunstall.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I believe the Planning Department at that Committee of Adjustment had said it was good planning, so it was opposed by the Planning Department. And then it came to our council meeting on the 4th of September, and we voted in favor of it, and now we're objecting to it. So that's all on record, and I know if we turn this down now, it's probably going to end up at OLT.
Just a clarification, we only voted in favor of it because it was in the...
It was in the consent agenda on the council meeting of...
Yeah.
Yeah. But can I finish my...
Yes, and you can finish, but...
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
you're
clarifying.
interrupting what I'm trying to say. And I said it was a council meeting of September 4th. It was in the consent agenda, I'll add that, and we voted all in favor for it. And now we're questioning it, and the planning department has again said that it was good planning. So I'm not saying it's not a small lot. I tend to agree with Councillor Vardy. It's not a very big lot. I'm sure most of us have driven by it and looked at it, and it's not big at all. But the challenge is, again, we end up at the OLT, and 9 times out of 10, we lose, and we continue to spend dollars on hiring a planner, because our planning department has said it's good planning, so we can't use our own planning department. If they had objected to it, I think we'd have a different case on our hands. So I see that this is going to go back to the OLT, and in all likelihood will lose. So we're back to square one. So it's something that I just want to bring out in the open to think about.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. We oftentimes lift lots of things from previous agendas, so this is not the first time, and won't be the last time, I'm sure, in the new council either. So nothing new there. But I must say that sometimes good planning is not always the answer. Sometimes you have to listen to the community. And this is a case, this is just that case. A developer wants to split a piece of property in two to make more property and sell it and so on and so forth. In the meantime, we have a huge swell in the community that wants it not to be severed. So I think we have to sometimes listen to the community and maybe not listen to the planners. Now, having said that, the Committee of Adjustment has spoken, so I think they've put a lot of thought into this, so I think I'd like to go along with what they're proposing here. So I certainly will endorse this, or not endorse the splitting of the property. Thank you, Mayor Jordan.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Worship. I have to apologize for dropping the ball when this came through at the last meeting. I'm not used to this consent agenda way of dealing with things, and otherwise I would have lifted it and opposed it there. I'm very familiar with this site. I was the chair of planning when it was originally subdivided. The developer hasn't changed. It's still the same owner. It was very clear at the time, and it was a part of the discussion at the time, that lot was going to be one lot. There was no, the application to make it two lots otherwise would have come forward when it was divided, because it was part of the greenhouse land, the Westbrook greenhouse land that was divided into multiple lots, into subdivisions. The adjacent home was divided from that lot. There was a lot of consideration taken when this was left the size that it was. It wasn't a short-sighted decision. It was done on purpose to ensure that that lot and the house that goes on that lot matches the house that is next to it, and matches, and in fact, the developer at the time, or the developer's representatives at the time, spoke about building a home similar to the one that was built down the road on Main Street. You might recall, you may have been a member of council at the time, Your Worship, but there was a house torn down because it was for a heritage reason.
That was, just for clarification, that was the Pettit House replica.
Right, and the Pettit House replica and the house next to it were both built in a heritage style, and those were used as examples of houses that would be built on this lot. There was a large lot left specifically for that purpose. The house immediately next to it is set back considerably from the road. The one right next to that is a more than 10,000 square foot house on a massive property. In order to preserve the character of Main Street, whether it's Main Street East or Main Street West, these large lots, adjacent to other large lots, are a very important part of the consideration. And to say that this should be divided in two completely eliminates looking at the lots on either side. On the other, right next to it is a park, and next to that is another significant house. It's the Green Trees home that's set back more than 100 feet from the road on a massive estate-type property. The Ontario Land Tribunal themselves, in their decision, talked about the character of Main Street West and heritage in their decision. It was part of what they said, despite the fact that we didn't agree with their decision on the Main Street East decision. One of the things that I think we can all agree on is that what they said about the character, the heritage, preservation of heritage, and the fact that those houses exist because the fruit history of Grimsby determined that a house would be built and then lots were subdivided amongst heirs, and then more houses were built and filled. That's something that needs to be considered when we talk about the size of lots on Main Street West and Main Street in general. And dividing this lot not only creates the smallest lot within hundreds of feet, but will completely change that piece of Main Street West, which we've tried to preserve again and again, whether it's in our heritage planning, whether it's in our official plan and in our zoning bylaws. We talk about the amount of lot coverage, we talk about the setback, we talk about resemblance to the adjacent properties, and this has none of that. So I think it's very important that we defend this decision. I apologize, I did miss it in the consent agenda. I'm not a big fan of this consent agenda way of dealing with things, and if I had seen it, I would have brought it up previously, Your Worship. So I apologize to the rest of council for not having seen it before. I'm very familiar with this property. I live very close to it, as does everybody else that lives on Main Street West. But it's not just a Main Street West issue, it's a town of Grimsby issue that needs to be dealt with. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor DeFlavio. Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and I'm glad this was lifted for discussion. I won't be supporting the lot being severed. It's not even my ward, but I received a lot of emails on that, and from the residents in the area. And so and you know what, their reasonings made a lot of sense to me too. I did have a discussion with one of our planners a week ago, and you know, we're kind of on opposite ends on this one, and I respected my discussion with him. So just a couple points. I've been by the property a couple times, stopped and had a good look at it. There's a lot of trees on that property. I think I counted maybe 11 or 12. So I thought, well, if they're only going to build one house on that property, you know, there might be 2 or 3 trees that might get taken down. But if they split the lot, the way as I was standing in front of it, I thought, well, they're all coming down, as far as I'm concerned. Which, you know what, anytime you can work that way, and the trees all look healthy on that lot too. So, yeah, that's one of my reasons. And also, precedent setting. I agree with Councilor DeFlavio's comments about the Main Street East, Main Street West. That's what makes Grimsby, is those big lots on the heritage style, the heritage look of those lots on Main Street. So, yeah, if we allow this one, then who knows, down the road, there could be another one that could come up. And I don't want to be part of a precedent setting to this, so I will not be supporting the severance of that lot. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just quickly, I don't want to repeat everybody, but so I did see this before the consent, and the reason why I voted for it was because I was worried that this goes to the Ontario Land Tribunal and they just appeal it anyways. And so my question is, well, I'm in support and I think I'm in agreement with my colleagues. What is the cost to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal? A rough cost is fine. Is there anyone from town staff that can answer that question, even just roughly?
Walter?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. It would depend on the appeal and how many days are scheduled for the hearing. You're looking probably $10,000-ish.
Okay.
You're looking at hiring a planner, and planner would have to obviously be a witness in front of the board, and legal costs associated with it.
Okay, thank you. So,
Roughly.
I mean, to be safe, I'm presuming somewhere in the neighborhood of $10,000 to $20,000. I mean, these are costs. I don't want to act like the money isn't important, but they're costs that we have to deal with. And so I will support, when I read it, so these two lots become the smallest lots in the neighborhood. Like, so most of the lots are, some of the lots are very big. Some of the lots are a little smaller. Most of them are around 30 meters wide. That's like the it's not the average, but it's the most typical. And this is about a 30-meter wide lot. They want to cut it in half. It's two 15, 16-meter wide lots. They're the smallest. All right, so you take what's typical and turn it into the smallest. So I can see a valid argument if we do have to spend this $10,000 and go to the Ontario Land Tribunal to say, no. The other thing was, there's like a line of trees on the property. It's almost right in the middle. So, and just for people who are listening, this is the property right at the bottom of Wolverton on Main Street West. It's like across the road from like the mouth of where the mountain comes down. So it is a focal point on Main Street. When you're coming down, that's kind of the entrance, one of the entrances to Grimsby, to Grimsby's urban area. And it is a heritage area. So at the risk of spending some money to defend that heritage, I think that it's important that we do. And I think it sets a precedent, and I'm willing to stand with my colleagues to oppose this. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I've said this before, and I guess I just want to say it again. You know, if you want your car to run, you got to pay for gas. So, you know, something as important, like development is hugely important to people in town. I mean, most of us are going door to door now, and we hear it all the time about sort of development that's just kind of getting out of hand for the liking and the values of the community. So I see, and I'm not being flip here, I'm not talking about sort of throwing money away, but, you know, challenging some of these things at OLT is the cost of being a municipality. It's a cost of being a town, and it's the cost of representing our residents in putting forth values, the things that they care about. So I just want to put it out there. We are a municipality. This is one of the things. We have sewers, we have what have you, and unfortunately, we also have OLT. And all of those things are of value, and we need to pay for them. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Well, $10,000, $20,000 is not very much money to put towards something to this, and I would reconsider this because I did say I agree that the lot is small, and subdividing, but severing it is, it is really ending up being the smallest two lots along Main Street West. I will reconsider it, but I'm still wondering if we're going to win it at OLT. I mean, I really believe that this is a losing proposition, but, and that's the challenge we face with most of these OLT decisions, and we've already had to deal with that earlier on in this meeting. But yeah, I agree with everything said here about the lot itself, and I will support putting it to OLT.
Councillor Bain.
Just one quick question. I may have missed this. I'm trying to pay attention to it all, but I may have missed this one point. What's planning's position on this? Walter?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, Councillor, our position was in support of the application.
Okay, thank you, Walter. Again, I'm going to raise my concern, and I understand there's been a number of comments made here. Councillor DeFlavio lives right across the street. I can understand it's going to impact him and his neighbors, and I am concerned about prices dropping or being affected by it. I get that. Councillor Frake said that you know, we've got to listen to the residents. Well, in all honesty, in the past 5 or 6 years that I've been involved, you know, doing this council or with this council or watching it, I have yet to see very many, I don't recall any, to be honest with you, any developments that were not opposed by somebody. So, I mean, I'm not saying I like it. I definitely don't like it. I'm not in favor of destroying heritage like that. But again, I think we keep taking our lumps at the OLT and we keep throwing money away. Or sorry, not money away. We throw money after these fights, and I am going to support it going to OLT. So don't get me wrong. I'm just making a point here is that I am concerned that the new council, whoever that consists of in the next year, I'm just afraid that we're going to burden them with a lot of expenses, and then they're going to be forced to raise taxes, and then they're going to take a heat for the tax increase. And we're just not seem to be backing off at any point on anything. And I do agree with listening to residents, but at some point we have to look at the bigger picture. And I think in this case here, I'm going to support the OLT, but I'm just, like I said, I'm questioning us constantly fighting everything. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, I'll read the resolution, but the character of our town depends on fighting every one of these severances. Now, you need a mover and seconder?
I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor DeFlavio. So just a clarification from the clerk, the way it's read in here, do you want to read it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so this was a resolution that was passed at last council. So if you do not agree, it was carried. So if you do not agree with it, you would be defeating this motion.
So I'll read it. Moved by,
Point of clarification. So if we are against the severance, then we vote against this motion.
I'll read the resolution, but that is correct. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that Resolution C-22-149, Section B, that report PA 22-25, B02-22, 328 Main Street West, consent to sever application, town representative at the Ontario Land Tribunal dated September 6, 2022 be received, and council instructs the town's legal counsel to reach a settlement with the applicant, accepting the planning staff recommendation contained within the planning staff report regarding consent to sever application B02-22 for 328 Main Street West, and present such settlement to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Recorded vote.
Councillor DeFlavio?
No.
So if you
I'm
vote,
voting against, opposed. I apologize. The wording is very confusing. I don't have a copy of the actual notice to look at, to review, but opposed. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall?
No.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cowell?
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp?
No.
Councillor Vane?
No?
Councillor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
Opposed.
That's defeated.
The clerk's just going to clarify.
So now that this motion has been defeated, I think we need to have another motion for council to retain town legal counsel and a registered professional planner to defend the decision made by Committee of Adjustment to refuse the consent application, so that we have a better direction to council, to legal counsel.
Motion to move it, Jeff.
All right. Counselor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to our clerk. So there's a hearing scheduled, or a teleconference scheduled for this Thursday on this item. Would the town request a deferral?
Cancel.
I think Walter would be better to answer the details of that. Walter's on.
Walter?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. The town's legal counsel will have to look at the options available. It may be difficult to find a planner within in the next day or two. So that may be a question for legal counsel to weigh the options available to council.
All right, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Counselor Vardy, second by Counselor Frake. Resolved that council retains the town's legal counsel and a registered professional planner to defend the decision made by the Committee of Adjustment to refuse consent application B02-22 for 328 Main Street West at the Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. Recorded vote?
Counselor DeFlavio?
In favor?
Counselor Dunstall?
Oh, there we go. Yes.
Counselor Frake?
Yes.
Counselor Cowell?
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie?
Yes.
Counselor Sharp?
Yes.
Counselor Rain?
Yes.
Counselor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
Moved by Counselor Sharp, second by Counselor DeFlavio. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of September 6, 2022, and Council minutes of September 6, 2022, as amended, be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to our delegations. Our first delegation is Lee Withley, PA 22-37 on Ontario Land Tribunal decisions and Council's directions report. Lee, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
You can take the podium. Thank you.
Yes, this is about 10 and 8 Ontario Street. We purchased that land about 15 months ago, and we knew nothing about historic windows and doors or nothing. And just lately, we found out that they're telling us that the house is historic, you can't change the windows or nothing. But the funny part is I've been doing this for 50 years, and there's 28 window and door openings in this place, and they're all redone but 4. And then they turn this into an historic. The porches are not original. All the sills in the house are covered with tin. It's a disaster. And to fix the front windows to have any kind of heat control, I don't think we can do it. So there's 4 windows or 5 windows. Well, there's really 2 windows with windows on each side of it left to do in the house, and it will just destroy the whole project of what we're starting to do. But As you can see in the front, if you're looking at it, you can see that the top two windows at the front have been done. The eave trough, siding, nothing's old and taken care of. Now, I agree with the brick should be left the way it is, but I think we have to change the rest of the windows in the house. There's 28 and 20 been changed. The back porches are terrible. The whole house is a disaster, and we're redoing it from start to finish. And to make it look presentable in the area, the front porch is falling apart. I don't see what's historic about that. And we're just trying to clean up the area. So we're asking not to have this historic on the last 4 or 5 windows of the property. And I don't think it was very fair that this was done while we were purchasing it. And we've never heard nothing. And I did talk to the young lady from the city, and she explained to me that there was letters sent out. Well, in this situation, you always get certified letters, and we've checked and there's no certified letters ever sent to us. So we don't know what else to do but to tell you our situation, and hopefully we can get Ontario Street there looking good. That's my problem.
All right, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Whitley. Both delegations tonight, there will be reports later in the agenda, so we're going to reserve all questions and comments till that time. So we just need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Thank you very much, Mr. Whitley.
Thank you for your time.
Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the delegation from Lee Whitley regarding PA 22-37 Ontario Land Tribunal Decisions and Council Directions Report be received. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a point of clarity. Are we changing procedures from delegations that we don't ask questions after the delegation?
The questions can be asked in the report section because it's the same, there's a report on the same topic as the delegate.
Oh, because the gentleman just left, so if we have any questions,
Yeah.
we won't get answers.
Yeah. Well, I was
So-
quite clear of how I worded it, that we were going to discuss any questions or comments were going to be reserved for the staff report, so. All right, moving to.
Because I do have some questions, thank you.
The second delegation is Mr. Philip Van Wassenaar, Tree Condition Assessment, 397 Park Road North. Welcome, Philip, are you there?
Yes, good evening, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Philip, so go ahead with your report, or delegation.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mr. Mayor and members of council for taking my delegation. I apologize, it's a little dark here. I'm trusting that you have received a copy of my report. I'm going to try to the best of my ability in 10 minutes to take you through it. I'm here to represent Mrs. Sharon Porter from 379 Park Road and her interest with regards to a white ash tree that is the subject of discussion currently at the town. And the discussion is around, I guess, whether it should be removed or not. Mrs. Porter asked me to come and take a look. To give you a bit of background, I'm the principal consulting arborist and owner of Urban Forest Innovations. It's a consultancy, not a tree service, and it's focused on providing professional advice in the realm of urban forestry. I'm a consulting arborist, a certified arborist. I have a master's degree in forest conservation, and I'm local, national, internationally known as a tree risk assessment expert and preservation expert. So that's my background. One of the things that I do is advanced risk assessment, and I was asked to undertake that because it is evidently the discussion about the risk of this particular ash tree is that people are worried that it's going to break or fall over and that could have consequences. I went out to the site on August 28th and performed what's called a sonic tomography assessment. And sonic tomography uses sound waves to develop an image of the sound, or a sound map of the internal condition of a tree. The type of assessment using that sort of level of equipment qualifies as what's known as a level 3 advanced tree risk assessment. And a lot of the language in this, in what I'm going to tell you and what is in the staff report comes around tree risk assessment and tree risk ratings. And currently the standard for that comes from the American National Standards Institute, A300. And there's a particular section on tree risk assessment and tree failure. And there's also best management practices that go with that. For any tree risk assessment, you need to provide a time frame in which that assessment is meant to represent. And my time frame is 3 years. If you have a copy of my report, I will refer to the page numbers in the PDF. There's 27 pages altogether. On page 2 of my report, if you have a chance to look at it, there's what are called the risk assessment matrices used in that standard. And the way it works is, first you need to ascertain the likelihood of failure of a tree or its parts. You cross that with the likelihood of impacting a target, and you get a likelihood. And if you go to the top of page 3, you see a second matrix, and you take that likelihood and put it in on the left side, and you cross it with the potential consequences. And in the end, you can end up with 4 risk ratings for a tree. 1 is low, the second is moderate, the third is high, and the fourth is extreme. So carrying on page 3 of my report, that just gives a background that I'm going to refer back to. The tree, as far as I can understand, is a boundary tree, and as a boundary tree, it's protected under the Provincial Forestry Act, which says at item 10.2 that every tree whose trunk is growing on the boundary between adjoining properties is common property of the owners of the adjoining lands. And secondly, it says that every person who injures or destroys a tree growing on a boundary between adjoining lands without the consent of the landowners is guilty of an offense under the Act. In other words, a tree which is co-owned on a boundary cannot be removed or destroyed without the consent of both owners. And in this case, Mrs. Porter is not giving her consent to a suggestion that the tree should be removed. Now, I mentioned that I did a tomograph assessment, and the best way I can discuss that, and hoping that you folks have my report, I would ask you to go to the tomograph report, and in the PDF document, it is page 9, and page 2 of the actual report provides an image, a colorful image that was derived using the sonic tomography. In the image, you can see that we used 22 measuring points around the tree, and we basically place a nail in the tree and attach sensors to it. And by tapping on the nails, we send sound through the tree. And what you see in front of you is a sound map, how sound travels through the tree. This is not a map of decay or anything else. It's simply how sound travels through the tree. And in this image, brown colors represent good sound and is interpreted as solid wood. The green is a transition area, and the blue or pink is a place where sound does not travel well. It does not say that that is an area of decay. It could be a cavity, and it could also be where there are cracks in solid wood, because sound cannot travel over cracks in solid wood. And in fact, in my report, if you're looking at that image, you will see several yellow lines, and they represent the analysis. In the analysis, it identifies where there may be cracks. So the point of all of this is that if there are cracks, then it causes the image to look worse than it may otherwise because the sound can't cross over those cracks. And so we get these colors that represent slow sound. Now, the other thing that you may see in this image is red arrows around the outside and some percentages. And the percentages there represent the remaining strength. And apart from one area with a little bit of reduction, the lowest remaining strength anywhere is about 65% and ranges in different places up to 90%. I'm trying to be mindful of the time. On page 10 of my report, the next tomograph image, we're able in the analysis software to turn off some of the sensors and leave some on. And if we get on one side of a crack so sound doesn't have to travel over it, we can generate an image of a part of the tree. And if you were to compare this to the first image, you would see that there's more brown areas because the crack, which makes it look worse, is not included in this image. Similarly, on the next page, there's another image of the bottom part of the tree, which excludes the crack and shows a lot of solid wood. The other thing to note in the original image, the complete image, is the tree is far from round, and we actually use a digital caliper to measure the distances between all these different points so that an accurate shape can be calculated and so that the slow areas are represented very well. There is another report that you will see or will have talked about. If you were to look at that report, you would see a tomograph image like this that's completely round and generated from only 10 sensors. So I know I'm probably going to run out of time. If you go to page 12 in the report, is where I presented my risk assessment. I also ran some subsequent analysis on the results of my tomograph in a program called TreeCalc, and those results are at the end of my report. But essentially, those reports said that a tree with all the measurements and size that we are looking at, and if we assumed that what was blue in the image was missing, the tree would still be 8 to 10 times stronger than it would need to be to resist a storm. And so bearing that in mind, when I looked at the tree risk analysis, I said that the likelihood of failure of the whole stem is actually improbable, because if it's 8 or 10 times stronger than it needs to be, then it's unlikely to break. The likelihood of impact is medium because there is only partial use of the road. And there's not really a house as a target. It could be, but highly unlikely. It's likely the tree would fall into the roadway. And it's unlikely that, at that time on a quiet road that there may be a tree there, but a medium likelihood of impact. And then if we take the most severe consequences, which involve someone getting injured or killed, we still come up with a low risk rating based on my findings and based on the risk assessment system that was used by other consultants, which you'll hear about from town staff. What I would note is that in both of those other previous, neither of them actually presented in their conclusion an actual risk, which comes out of the whole analysis. They gave their recommendations, but the absence of a risk. But if you actually looked carefully in those reports, you would see that both of them came up with a moderate risk. And moderate risk is described in the guidance that we have as how you react to that as an assessor. It says, and this is on page 5 of the PDF, it says, the tree risk assessor may recommend mitigation and or retaining and monitoring the trees. It does not say that a moderate tree should be recommended for removal. And so bearing in mind that I'm slightly over my time, please bear with me. As I said, there's a lot to cover here, but in looking at this, I noted that it's not either safe tree.
Yeah, Philip, if you can talk into your mic, we lose you when you turn sideways, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just,
my apologies.
we lost about the last 20 seconds.
Okay, if you were to look at either at the staff report, it doesn't actually mention the risk rating that either Safe Tree or Arborwood came up with. It just takes some partial quotes from their recommendations. But if you would run their analysis to the proper conclusion of a track methodology, both those reports would come to moderate risk, and removal is not recommended when there's a moderate risk. So to sum up, I disagree with the conclusions of the previous reports. And if you read my report, there are some further criticisms of those reports. But based on my analysis, the tree represents a low risk. It's an important heritage tree. Sharon Porter and her husband have been investing in the preservation of that tree through treating it for emerald ash borer. Any problems in the canopy of the tree were rated by other people as low risk. And based on my assessment of the tree, the canopy can be managed through pruning to reduce an already low risk. And I've given some guidance on that in my report. And it really is my opinion that this tree is low risk. I have no stake in the game. I'm not a resident there. I'm not a tree service there that could benefit from a removal there. I'm a professional who's looked at this objectively and unbiased. And while the tree is aging and while the tree has some issues, all of those issues are manageable and are not at a level of risk where removal is warranted. And I thank you very much for your indulgence for a couple of extra minutes. And I suppose I'm not going to get a chance to answer questions, but thank you for listening.
Philip, you're very welcome. Thank you for your presentation. You're welcome to stay to the later portion when the other report is discussed, so you could be asked questions if you're available. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that opportunity, and given the import of this issue to my client, I think I would like to. I presented a lot of information and there may be questions, so thank you for that opportunity.
You're very welcome. We need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that the delegation from Philip Van Wassenaar regarding tree condition assessment at 397 Park Road North be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to our consent agenda. Need a mover and seconder. Mover and seconder.
Move it.
All right.
Sorry. Can I lift something out of this?
Or Councillor Frake?
Can I lift something out of this report? I'm sorry, Mayor Jordan. Can I lift the 2226?
So you'd like to lift report PA 2226 for separate consideration? All right, that's so noted. So we have a mover, we just need a seconder for the rest of the consent agenda. Councillor DeFlavio. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that Council hereby approves the following item and that the consent item be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Report PA 22-36, Bill 109 implementation update. All in favor? That's carried. Sarah, we're going to discuss this one now. All right, now we just need a mover and seconder for report PA 2226. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Now discussion. Councillor Frake?
Yeah, I guess I really can't speak to this particular report without speaking to the one before, which is 2238, because the photographs are in there. And I just have a question actually for staff. the rendering of the building, which we had a great discussion about at the last council meeting, is this the new concept or of the revised facade of the building? Because I don't see that as that much different than what we talked about at last council.
Michaela, would you like to answer that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Through the mayor, those are the revised renderings. There are quite a few different elements that have been updated, including balconies and other combination of different types of building materials. One point in the report that's important to note is that the design is very limited because of the proximity to the QEW and being adjacent to the CN Railway. So the applicants only had brick or a masonry equivalent to work with. So with that in consideration, the new renderings comply with what the noise and vibration study by the engineers recommended.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, so this particular facade is what they're proposing. It doesn't really look that much different than what it was from before. It still looks like a building from the 1980s, and it still doesn't do it for me. But I'm speaking my own mind here. I mean, councillors can do the same if they want, but I don't see a huge difference. I still don't like the way they've redrawn this. Or anyway, that's just my comments. I'll leave it to anyone else to make another comment. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. I'd just like to agree with Councillor Frake. It still looks pretty utilitarian. I mean, it looks like they've just added a different color brick on the bottom. But I'm sure we could do better without it costing more money. Like Councillor Frake said, it looks like a building from the 80s. There's got to be something that they could do to, make this a little more interesting. Fact of the matter is, like, once it's built, and it's going to be there for 50 years at least. So why not sort of get something aesthetically pleasing at the start, particularly if all it takes is a little bit of forethought, not necessarily more money.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Worship. It's definitely not perfect. There are considerable improvements. The balconies are a considerable improvement. The 2 stories, the first 2 stories looking different than the top 3. In my opinion, we need a policy that says that the front of the building needs to look like a front of the building. We don't have that policy, and that's something that I think the next council, when they're reviewing Bill 109 and all of the implications of that bill, there's going to be a lot of things that we need to look at, and I think staff needs to, in other places, just to be clear, in other places in town, if you build a new building on Main Street that is commercial, for example, or anywhere that's commercial, the front of the building looks like the front of the building. And in this particular case, the front still looks like the side. I mean, it's an improvement over the previous design, and it's not so bad that I'm going to vote against it, but we do need to put policies in place that say the front of the building is the front of the building, and it needs to look like the entrance of the building. I understand they were constricted by the site, but turning the building or changing the way that the building fronts onto the street there would have gone a long way in making the front of that building look a heck of a lot better. So I'm torn because I'm still not 100% happy with the design, but it is a considerable change from what we saw before. So, and it was because of me that it got brought back, so I don't want to be, it's going to be tough for me to vote in favor of this despite the changes. Thanks, Your Worship.
Counselor Sharp?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I did some investigation into this, and I brought the pictures up, and I actually sent them to Councilor DeFlavio. We were just chatting informally about it. But I did forward that email to each of you, if you check your inbox. So what I put was, check your email, I sent it. So I put like the old design over the new design, so you can see them side by side, or above and below. And so there's a considerable change from what was previous to what is now. It is more of a 3D image, which gives it like a different look. But the rows of windows, the building from the side elevation is kind of like 5 bays. There's balconies. They still all exist. The windows still all exist. On the front, or the sides, they look the same, the east and west elevation. On what is the south elevation, they have added a row of balconies at each side, which gives it some definition or character. It was only windows in the center. They've added more windows. They've added, the balconies are almost like terraces. They're like inset into the corner. And that happens at both like the north, east, and the south, west corners. They're like terrace type balconies. I mean, I don't know if I'd necessarily want a balcony facing the train tracks, but the train only goes by so often there. But so it's an improvement, although one of the improvements is that it's a 3D rendering versus a 2D drawing previously. And so it is better. The front of the building is the side of the building, and the side of the building does face onto a street. But we've asked this developer to make changes a few times, because this is one of 3 properties. The one on the corner by the nail salon and the fish and chips place, and then the one halfway down the road, which is townhouses again, and then this one at the back, which is an apartment rental. And these are rental apartments. One of the reasons why I think they're using brick, first of all, is that they need to for the sound. Second of all, when you own a building, it's not uncommon to choose a higher quality. Brick is more expensive, but it's higher quality. It lasts longer, and so it's worth it for somebody who owns the building to invest in a material that doesn't require as much maintenance over the life of the building, because you're the owner. And so this is a rental building, and is owned by one person, and it's not uncommon to see that type of more expensive building material be used. The colors are lighter. It looks better. I risk if I don't want to send this back and say change it again. Every time he's made changes. We asked him to do that to the one. Remember the first version that was out at the front by the nail salon? It was like too contemporary. Remember we said go to less contemporary, and we said use brick. And then bang, he was like brick. We said wow, that's great. I can't believe this guy did that. Made all these changes, and then we approved it. And now at the back he's made some more changes again. They're just renderings, but I don't want to make it too cumbersome for the developer. The building looks nice. It's in the back. This is by the train tracks. Like behind, this is not on, the address is on Livingston, but this is way back by the train tracks, beside the Slessor Apartments. And it's not on, although the address is Livingston, it's on Slessor Boulevard. Thanks.
Counselor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Counselor Sharp, for making the comparison. You must do something like this for a living, do you?
I do.
Anyways, I think it looks great. There's definitely changes made there. The two-toning of the brick, I really like that. The mechanical rooms that were on the top and the first, there's nothing up there now, not that I'm seeing anyways. That's great. The front, the old design, the original one, where am I here? Just give me a second. Click a couple times. There we are. The original one, yeah, I agree with Councilor DeFlavio that you can't tell, but the front now and the new one, it's got an overhang at the entrance. And I thought, wow, to me, that's the front of the building. I'm going to support this. I think it looks great. And I don't live too far away from it. So, yeah, staff and the developer, I think you've brought a pretty good product to us to deal with. Thank you.
All right, seeing, Councilor Vardy.
I'm not going to approve it because I still think they can do better, and without making a huge effort. I mean, I think, as Councillor DeFlavio pointed out, and while I disagree with Councillor Cadwell, I mean, you have to squint to find the entrance. It still just looks like a block plunked down. And I think if you had some kind of roof treatment, if you had some kind of, entrance that was pronounced, maybe did some other landscaping or something, but I think without a lot of effort, you can do better. So that's where I'm at. I granted, it's an improvement over the last one, but I still think that you can do better by, doing something with the roof and actually making an entrance that looks like an entrance.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that report PA 22-26 and PA 22-38 regarding the site plan application 26 SP 16-1711 at 84 Livingston Avenue, Block 1, dated August 2nd, 2022, be received, that the site plan be approved subject to the technical conditions listed in Appendix A of report PA 22-26. The mayor and clerk are authorized to sign the development agreement on the town's behalf. Recorded vote.
Councillor DeFlavio,
Opposed?
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's carried.
All right, now we move to report DPW 22-25, tree condition assessment, 397 Park Road North. Brandon, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've just prepared a PowerPoint presentation in support of the staff report that was deferred at the September 9th committee meeting. So I'm just going to try to share my screen here. So just bear with me. Everyone see that?
Yes.
Sure, I have the notes over here. Okay, so I'm just going to give you a brief outline. Hang on, let me move this. I'm going to give you a brief outline what we'll be covering tonight. I'm going to be identifying the tree location and its adjacencies. Just thought this would help for those of you who may not have an opportunity to visit the site. I'm going to walk you through the two assessments that the town has received from, again, third-party arborists. Again, I'm going to try to keep this at a high level in interest of time. I wanted to show you a relatively recent example from June of 2020 of a tree failure a couple blocks away on Temple Lane, just as an example of what can happen. I also want to provide some further background in the town's responsibility with respect to tree hazards located adjacent to municipal highways. And lastly, I wanted to give you a brief outline of our next steps on the matter. So the slide shows the relative location of the tree. It's between Temple Lane and Lake Street. The tree is actually on the right-hand side of the page. You can see it's located on the west side of Park Road North, in close proximity to number 399 on the boundary line between 397 and the town's road allowance. Note that Park Road is a significantly traveled road. It is a tourist area, and Grimsby Beach is at the north limit of that. So just this one, I wanted to show you just a picture of the tree in question. This picture is looking west with 397 on the left and 399 on the right. Characteristics of the tree, it's a white ash, Diameter, it's 1.2 meters, roughly, or 45 inches. The height is between 20 to 30 meters, or 65 to 100 feet. The spread is about 45 feet, and the age has been determined in the range of 70 to 90 years. Again, there's another photo just looking south. So this is towards the highway. And another photo looking north, again, kind of towards the lake. This slide shows a potential target area if and when the tree was to fall. Essentially, there is a lean to the east, so likely would fall across the road, it looks like. But again, I'm not sure we can guarantee which way the tree's going to fall. What we did was estimated the fall radius, or the target radius, based on the height of the tree. Again, it's estimated between 20-30 meters. I ended up using the smaller amount, or the shorter height, which puts you into that kind of red circle there. Just in terms of contact points, the sidewalk is one significant point. The roadway, obviously, as well as there's a number of dwellings in that radius, as well as utility lines to a lesser extent. So getting into the actual first assessment, the first assessment was in July 22nd of last year. The assessment was referred to as a Track 3 assessment. There's 3 types of track assessments, level 3 being the highest level of detail, 1 being the lowest. And just to reference what it included, it was a close-up aerial inspection using a bucket truck. So the assessor actually got up into the actual canopy of the tree and looked very closely at the details. And you'll see that in some of the pictures that are to come. They did a target assessment. They did review the site factors, the tree condition and defects, and they did a risk categorization and mitigation options, which I will talk about in a minute as well. This slide outlines some of the comments that were made by the arborist, the first arborist, in terms of the vigor and vitality. The general conclusion was the health was compromised. In the report, they've referenced canopy loss, wounds that were not healing, and a root zone that was impacted by pavement cover. Also concluded that there was a significant to severe signs of pest and disease. So that's the EAB, or emerald ash borer, and also an ash flower gal. They also concluded the tree was mechanically or structurally compromised with multiple pockets of decay and cracking throughout. They provided some pictures on the next few slides, again, that I'll review with you. So this one is showing a union joint where the tree has some decay and a mineral response to healing from the previous pruning cut. It's another union joint showing how the emerald ash borer has hollowed out the tree, in this case, one of the joints. Again, another joint showing the absence of the bark and a minimal response to the tree healing itself. So again, this is from a bucket truck that was raised up into the tree. Gives you a very close eye view on the actual health. In talking about the risk assessment, the arborist did assess the risk based on the tree's failure. This was based on overall health of the tree, likelihood of the trunk or canopy failing, the impact should the trunk or canopy fail. So what are the targets that could be hit, which I had talked about previously, and the consequences of that failure. Chart shows an example of how risks are determined. Generally, as the likelihood of the failure increases, so does the risk. As the consequences of failure increase, again, so does the risk. So in their assessment, they've identified a canopy failure equals or was based on a possible to probable. The trunk failure was improbable to possible. The impact was a medium to high, and the consequences were severe, significant to severe, which again, using our example, you're in the high to extreme range. Even if you take it at the low end, we're looking at a high risk. And their concluding statement, again, I'll just read this for you. In my professional opinion, based on the specimen's vitality, pest and disease analysis, and mechanical conditions, the likelihood of failure within 1 year is possible to probable. And again, keeping in mind this was from last year, Should the tree fail, the likelihood of impact is medium to high with significant to severe consequences. Safe Tree does not believe retaining the tree to be prudent considering its advanced age, location, and conditions. Barring removal, monitoring the base of the tree and canopy health is highly recommended. As decline and decay progresses, removal will become more urgent. The second assessment was completed at the direction of council. Again, this is based on a motion that was raised by council earlier this year. The assessment was carried out in June of this year. Again, it included a close-up aerial inspection using the bucket truck, a target assessment, the review of the site factors, tree condition and defects, as well as the risk categorization and mitigation options, and also the tomography test as well. Again, this is just pictures from earlier this year. Picture shows a nesting cavity in the trunk in one of the leaders. This picture also shows another defect and signs that the the emerald ash borer is present. They've referenced two different type of emerald ash borers, a flathead and a roundhead. This picture shows cracking in the trunk, also the presence of the ash flower gall, I think that's how you say it. And then this picture here, again, shows another defect in one of our pruning cuts, or one of the pruning cuts, I should say. So again, when assessing the risk, and this is the second assessment done, this assessor has identified canopy failure as possible, trunk failure as possible, impact is high, and the consequences is significant. So again, using our example, we're looking at the high to extreme risk when you evaluate that. And again, the recommend is from this second assessment. Again, this is a separate arborist. The professional and personal view of the author writing this report is as follows. The subject tree is unfortunately in structural decline and is not reversible. Visual and diagnostic methodology show advanced decay, which even using modern arboricultural standards, I think that's wrong, will continue. The recommendations in this track assessment state alternate options, but anything other than removal will only slow the inevitable failure of the subject tree. The unfortunate fact is the subject tree will fail due to already present structural defects. With this said, the author of this report recommends removal, in this case, for the safety of everyone involved. On this slide, again, I just wanted to show you, what's involved kind of in our decision making. I think this is a good example of a situation where very similar. This is on Temple Lane, so just about a block away or maybe 2 blocks away, depending on how you count. So this picture is looking west towards, I guess, Hamilton. The tree there is on the left highlighted. So this is taken, I think this picture is from August 2009. The assessment was done in prior to 2020, I think it was in 2019. And then this picture shows kind of what happened as a result. So essentially, there's a similar situation as we're currently dealing with. The tree was assessed by an arborist, again, with a higher risk, which was recommended for removal. Again, residents obviously were concerned about the tree and objected to its removal. However, it subsequently failed, and essentially 2 vehicles, 3 motorcycles, and a dwelling were damaged, resulted in more than $50,000 in property damage. Town was determined to be 100% liable as we had a report which indicated there was a risk and a recommendation. And I'd just like to say it could have been much worse. Obviously, if those cars were occupied or the driveways were occupied or the tree fell in a different direction, it could have been worse. So just wanted to provide that for context. So in terms of the heritage considerations, so this tree is not municipally protected under the Ontario Heritage Act. There are heritage resources surrounding the tree on all signs. They're delineated in that kind of green color of shaded. So that's the 395, 399, 392, and 394. It's likely that the tree failing might most likely damage these resources. And also just in terms of the heritage I think the historic value of the tree has, I would argue, has not been demonstrated. It is an ash tree that is in decline. So just wanted to give you some context again to council as giving you some examples, excerpts from the Municipal Act. So the first two paragraphs talk about municipalities' responsibility with respect to keeping their roadway safe. Section 44, it just talks about, the municipality having jurisdiction over the highway, indicating we have to keep it in a safe state of repair that is reasonable in the circumstances. The liability section under 44.2, that just talks about the municipality failing to maintain the road, exposing them to negligence and liability. So again, specifically covered in the Municipal Act. Also, further down in the Municipal Act under Section 62, it talks about tree trimming. So I'll just read this section. A municipality may, at any reasonable time, enter upon land lying along any of its highways to inspect trees or conduct tests on trees and to remove decayed, damaged, or dangerous trees or branches of trees if, in the opinion of the municipality, the trees or branches pose a danger to the health or safety of any person using the highway. And then the next statement down is just where it talks about immediate danger. Employee or agent of the municipality may remove a decayed, damaged, or dangerous tree or branch of a tree immediately and without notice of the owner of the land upon which the tree is located, if in the opinion of the employee or agent, the tree or branch poses an immediate danger to the health or safety of any person using the highway. So just in summary, so we had two separate condition assessments have been completed. The assessed risk of failure was deemed to be high or severe, and again, using our example, the only effective means to lower that risk, we feel, is to remove the tree. The town has an existing policy and program to remove all of our ash trees, which have been infected. This program was implemented in 2015. We are about 70% way through that program, affecting the removal of 903 of the 1,400 ash trees. Subject tree, again, is an ash tree that's been identified for removal, consistent with our policy and program. And then just state the last two is that, the town has a duty of care to maintain our highways in a safe state of repair and remove hazards when they're present. And defaulting on this duty of care puts us at risk of negligence and further liability for damages. So just the next steps, we're going to obtain a legal survey to clearly determine the tree ownership. Again, there has been a claim made that this is a boundary tree. In order for the town to go forward further with this, we feel it's necessary to complete a survey. We'll also be looking at implementing or what temporary measures we could implement. This would be short-term solutions until such a time that the tree can be made safe. Obviously, we'll be working with the property owner to inform them of our concerns and discuss next steps. We'll also be working with the town's lawyer to insulate the town from liability and determine what legal mechanisms are available to ensure the highway is made safe in the long term. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you for your
Happy to take any
presentation,
questions.
Brandon. Questions or comments from council? Councilor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Worship, through you. So I'm glad that we are going to do a survey regarding the boundary tree. I do have some concern about cutting down trees on people's private property. Through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Wortman, the assessments were both done by Arborwood, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that's incorrect. They were, the first assessment was done by Safe Tree, and the second assessment was done by Arborwood. They actually retained a third-party person to actually do that assessment.
Okay, because, thank you, through you, Your Worship. I'm just concerned that the same people that are cutting down the tree are the ones doing the assessment. I have this fear of like a Maslow's hammer, where if the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And if your job is to cut down trees, then your assessment is going to, and I'm not questioning the professionalism of the organization. It's just, you might be more inclined to cut a tree down. And I just want to make sure that it's a third party that is doing the assessment, so that it's not the same person or organization that is doing the assessments and cutting down and being paid to remove the trees. So if that is not what's happening, then that removes my concern. I don't know if is that accurate, that it's not the same person doing the assessment?
So again, in the second assessment, it was a third party. Whether it was an arrangement between a paid arrangement between the two parties, I can't speak to. What I can say is that arborists are paid to maintain trees. Cutting a tree down, I don't think is a good argument in terms of them making money. They would make more money by maintaining the tree in the long term. So I don't think it's in their best tree to go around cutting trees down. That's again, just my opinion.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I've certainly been following the history of this tree for some time now, and I've gotten to know the residents as responsible people that have been nursing this tree for a long, long time, and they take their responsibility very serious. So I'm sure that if they felt through their own inspection and through their own arborist, if there was a potential disaster coming down the road in the community, they would have come to us by now and asked us to do something about it. I've read all three reports, even though I don't understand a lot of it, but from the surface I see words like possible, maybe, and so on and so forth. So I think that I would not be very comfortable voting to cut this tree down by any means. I think we should monitor it, absolutely, and come back and maybe bring this back to the next council, again, maybe a year from now, but certainly I will not support cutting this tree down at this point in time, because I don't see anything in either of the reports that warrant us doing that right now. And I believe the residents are responsible, and I think they'll continue to watch it, and I think they'll continue to nurse it. And they spent a lot of my thousands and thousands of dollars and time ensuring this tree is healthy. And so I'm sorry, I've read the reports, but I just can't support that at this point in time, especially sitting on a property where it is right now. It would just send a very bad message as well. So anyways, that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Brandon, just a point of clarification. So receiving this report for information, does that mean you're free to go ahead and cut it down?
Again, I've kind of explained our next steps and what our thinking or reasoning is behind the next steps. So in the short term, we're going to have to look at, again, because there's the boundary tree has been claimed, we're going to have to do some additional follow-up in terms of verifying its location. Secondary to that, again, we're going to be talking to our lawyer. We've had some initial comments or initial conversations about liability, but we have to flesh those out further. Again, there is provisions under the Municipal Act to allow us to enter on private property to clear trees. Obviously, that is not something I take lightly, but understanding that I have to look at it, or we have to look at this from the benefit of the overall community and the safety of the public. And that's where my, I guess, reasoning lies in the decision that we're making. So, again, the next step would be short-term, look at immediate solutions that we could do to make the tree safe. Longer term would be affecting the removal of the tree.
Thank you. Just one other point of clarification. The tree on Temple Lane was a maple tree, I believe, and the tree on Park's an ash tree. So they have completely different characteristics. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, correct. I would argue that the ash tree is infested with a emerald ash borer. So I'm not sure they're, comparable between the two.
Councillor Vane.
I understand that there's a number of reports here, and I understand that both parties have excellent arguments. I also have a heck of a lot of respect for Mrs. Porter and her environmentalism. I am a very environmentally oriented person and will do anything I can to protect the environment. Unfortunately, though, Brandon has pointed out something, and it's kind of, my mind always goes to extremes. I think of the tree at the Burgess house that fell down. It was designated as a heritage tree. It was designated as being okay, and then a big wind came along and blew it over. I used to have an old tree on a house, well, it wasn't actually that old, in a house I used to own, and it was on the side of the road, and a big snowfall came and took down one of the limbs. I'm not prepared to take a chance, and again, I'm extreme sometimes, but I'm not prepared to take a chance of having a child or any human being injured or even potentially killed, and that's irregardless of the liability factor. I mean, my first thought was, you know, if there was some kind of compromise, if this arborist that Mrs. Porter hired, you know, was willing to, you know, put his neck out and say, yes, I guarantee this, blah, blah, blah. And I thought, well, if the Porters were willing to assume the liability for it or something like that, I mean, all kinds of thoughts went through my mind. But at the end of the day, there's no price that can be put on a child's life or any person's life for that matter. And I believe that the arborists that Public Works and Director Brandon have brought forward, I believe that there's enough evidence, at least in my opinion, to justify taking the tree down, which I say very reluctantly and with great disappointment, but I do believe that's the right thing to do in this case, and I think we'd be making an error, and if we, God forbid, somebody did get hurt. But I will not be supporting this, unfortunately. Thank you.
Councillor Barty.
Thank you. So I've also had a little bit of involvement with this, and I guess I've got a few concerns. One, we have conflicting reports. So that's an issue for me. So, you know, one report says there's concerns, but they don't necessarily recommend that the tree come down. They recommend mitigation. We have another report that definitely recommends that the tree doesn't come down and recommends mitigation. So it seems to me on balance, the reports are all recommending mitigation, such as taking down some branches, reviewing the tree, feeding the tree every week and during the summer months. So, and just sort of general tree monitoring. I think one of the things that really concerns me was the resident had asked for a third-party review of the tree. And she had given the name of someone who finally did the review on her own dollar, but a third-party review of someone who was an expert in emerald ash. And the town refused to do that. And to my mind, why wouldn't we have gone with what the resident was asking for, you know, if only to try to generate some trust between the resident and the town. And I think that there was a missed opportunity here to have not just a better outcome, but a better process. You know, had everybody worked together and not sort of what seems to be against the resident. And that really disturbs me. So now let's just say we had two reports and they're conflicting. You know, are you going to go necessarily with the one that says cut the tree down? No, I mean, I think you have to look at all of these reports. None of them are saying take the tree down, and one of them by an expert in this very particular kind of tree is saying, don't take it down, just cut off a few branches. So, you know, I just can't support, I can't support taking this tree down, and I'm very disappointed, honestly, with how the town has worked with the resident. So I have to say that. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. First of all, I want to express my admiration to the homeowners where the tree is. Now, I'm understanding from an email that your partner's ownership to the tree, and I spoke with, I'd like to hear from staff on that. But again, on the next step to that, I'm glad of Brandon's recommendation just to get a survey done. But yeah, I do. I really admire what you're doing to try to preserve that tree. I've been down there a number of times, taking pictures. I've been on, is it 3rd Street that runs behind your house? Is that 3rd Avenue or whatever? Anyways, I've been on that side of it too, looking up at the tree. So I've done a lot of research on that tree. So my question is, the person that did your, or the presentation, Philip, he did a study on the trunk, but did he go up in the tree at all? Whether he climbed it or used a bucket truck to look at some of the evidence of the pictures that we've been shown of the decay and those kinds of things. So I'd like to hear from Philip if he did go up in the tree at all. That would interest me.
Philip, are you there still?
I am still here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you for the question. I did not go up in the tree. However, I did extensively review the previous reports, which provided photographs of features in the tree. I spent a lot of time looking at the tree through binoculars with photo lens, took a lot of pictures myself. But essentially, if we look at, let's say, the Arborwood report and in where they actually look at the risk of the tree, they looked at branches and they quantified the risk as low, despite the features that they reported in their report. And I mean, some of those features, the way they've just been presented, are just untrue. For example, emerald ash borer does not bore out the interior of a dead branch. That's not what that pest does. It doesn't do that in any way, shape, or form. So the short answer is no, I didn't climb the tree, but I observed it extensively, and I looked at all the photographs that were provided. And that's why my opinion in my report was any issues with the canopy could be managed through pruning, through standard arboricultural practice, in the worst case scenario, maybe even add a cable. But nobody identified the canopy as having a high risk. So I think my opinion about the risk or what can be done with the canopy was in line with others. The other thing that I wanted to just mention is, in the presentation we just heard, at a certain point we saw graphics to represent how the risk matrices work. But I would point out that both consultants who did that work claimed to be doing what's called a track or tree risk assessment qualification type assessment. And the matrices that are used for that assessment are the ones that I showed and presented in my report, not the ones that were showed to you. If you would look at the Arborwood report in where the risk ratings are presented in the report, the highest rating was moderate, yet it was just presented as high or severe. So there's a bit of a difference between what the consultant actually came up with and what was presented today in the meeting. But so that's my answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I've just got a few other things. Yeah, again, there's 3 reports to this tree. There's Philip's report. There's the report from Ivan Fedette from Safe Tree, who's a certified arborist, and also Arborwood, John Stewart, who is a certified arborist who I had the pleasure to hear a presentation by him at a Probus meeting a little while ago, and they've been in business a long time, and I was very impressed with the presentation anyways. But, so, I'm just going to make that fact for now with the 3 reports. So, and 2 of them are saying that the tree is in dire state, I'll put it that way. The other thing too is, while I was down there, I took a picture of the tree, the ash tree, which to me doesn't look that healthy. And this is just my own personal opinion. And then I took a picture of the tree on the other side of the road, just for comparisons. A healthy tree, maybe they're 2 different trees, I don't know. But, you know, I thought, wow, there's a healthy looking tree, and the ash tree doesn't look quite as healthy. So, I guess I'm going to, in summary, I support staff's recommendations. Moving forward, maybe we can look to make the tree somewhat safer for a little bit. I don't know. It's just, that's bit of my analogy from Brandon's report, but I'm supporting staff's report on this this tree. Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just a point of clarification, we're receiving Brendan's report tonight, is that correct? We're just receiving it? Is that a yes?
Yes, but...
Can I make a friendly amendment to that? Can I also suggest that the town does nothing to that tree without coming back to council first? Can I add that to that particular... Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm obviously removal. Yeah, so a friendly amendment, just that this tree is not to be removed at all in any way, shape, or form before coming back to council. And I think we received the report and add that to it. Can we do that?
Councillor Campbell, you have...
Can we? I'm waiting for the answer.
The mayor's addressing me. Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, Brandon, was it the last page of your report, your presentation that showed your next steps? That might help people to know the direction that the town would like to take on that. If you could just put that up again, appreciate it.
Sure. Bear with me. I'll try to do that again. Bear with me just 1 second. Slide, there we go. Okay, now. Share. Everyone see that?
Yeah, that's it, thank you.
I'm not muted, okay, good. So again, what I've said, our next steps is the legal survey, again, to clearly determine tree ownership. Again, this is due to the boundary tree claim. We want to implement some temporary measures, short-term solutions until such time that the tree can be made safe. Obviously, again, we're going to be working with the property owner to inform them of our concerns and discuss the next steps. And working with the town's lawyer to, again, determine how we insulate ourselves, the town, the corporation, from liability. And then we'll be exploring what mechanisms are available to us to ensure that the highway is made safe as a long-term solution.
Thank you, Brandon. So I have the friendly resolution.
Mr. Mayor, I got my hand up here.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. Councillor Vane.
One concern I have, I just want to raise in regards to Councillor Frake's motion he's putting forward is that this is our last council meeting for this term, and the next council meeting won't be till sometime November, December. That's potentially putting the town at a lot of risk over that period of time. I can't support something like that. I think we have to make a decision on this. We don't have that luxury of waiting, in my opinion. Thank you.
We have moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy, resolved that report DPW 22-25 tree condition assessment, 397 Park Road North, dated September 6, 2022, be received for information, and staff come back to council with an update on next steps prior to removal. All in favor?
I have clarity, Mayor Jordan, before we vote. Could we split that, please? We split the vote into two separate votes. We've got, we've had a direction given by staff already. So if we could split that into receiving it and Part A, and Part B to nothing to be done until after.
Does the mover and seconder want to split it?
No, he can split it.
You can split it?
The thing is,
Recorded votes, please.
If that's what Councillor Ritchie wants, let's go for it. We're saying the same thing, doing the same thing twice, that's all.
Recorded votes both times, please.
Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy, resolved that report DPW 22-25 tree condition assessment, 397 Park Road North, dated September 6, 2022, be received for information. Recorded vote requested by Councillor Vane.
Councillor DeFlavio,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes?
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane.
Just for clarification, we're just voting on receiving the report. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Then I'll vote yes. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
Moving of the tree. His report.
I'll read the second part of the split resolution now. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that staff be directed to come back to council with an update on the next step prior to removal of the tree. Recorded vote requested by Councillor Vane.
Councillor DeFlavio,
Yes?
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes?
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Nope.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, that's carried.
Thank you, Philip, for staying to answer questions, and thank you, Brandon, for your questions and answers.
Welcome. Thanks for your indulgence this evening.
All right, now we're at report 11B, report PA 22-37, Ontario Land Tribunal Decision and Council Direction Report. Need a mover and, oh, Bianca? Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Through you, Mayor Jordan. I'm just going to share my screen. I have a brief presentation. for you. Can you guys see that all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So just gonna go to the slide here. So it is of importance to mention that since the notice of intention to designate for these 4 properties was issued before the Bill 108 Ontario Heritage Act updates, council will follow the old process for these files. So the old process, which we will be using this evening, leaves council with the final decision regarding the designation of the properties. For council's ease, I have provided the following flow chart on the slide. So I'll briefly go over the designation process for council's reference. So as you can see on the slide here, hopefully you can see my pointer. We have done the first part of the designation process, and we were at the objection phase, and we did receive objections for all 4 of the properties. And then following the decision from the Ontario Land Tribunal, which I attached in the agenda, the direction was that council was to proceed as if we had not received objections, as the files had been resolved. So we're here now. And just for an overview for council, you have 2 options for each of the properties. Option A is to designate the property and then have that served to the property owners, the Heritage Trust, and published in the newspaper. Or you have option B, and that's to choose not to designate the site, and then that notice is served to the property owner, served to the Ontario Heritage Trust, and then also published in the newspaper. So I'm going to go over each property for your reference. So the site before you is 8 to 10 Ontario. So the intent to designate for the site did receive an objection from the property owner. The property was sold during the designation process, and as such, the initial objection was subsequently withdrawn. The Ontario Land Tribunal then provided an opportunity for the new owners to object. The OLT received no further objections, and the file was closed. Council will now act in accordance with subsection 6, which has been provided on the slide for council's reference, and council may choose to designate the site or choose not to designate the site, as I mentioned earlier. And then similar to the one mentioned before, this is 104 Main Street East, kind of similar situation. So during the notice of intention to designate, the property owner decided to sell the property, and the new owners were offered an opportunity to object through the Ontario Land Tribunal, and all objections were withdrawn. So the Ontario Land Tribunal again had closed the file, and that allows council to again pick option A or option B to designate or not designate the site. And then 141 and 147 is a little different. So the sites before you here, both were in the notice of intention to designate. They received an appeal to the designation and then subsequently received demolition permits on the properties. And then both of these properties notice of intention to designate, their demolition permits, and then an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment were brought before the Ontario Land Tribunal. And then a decision was rendered at that hearing. And the recommendation is that the town of Grimsby designate both of these properties. And then those demolition permits were denied. And so again, council has the opportunity to choose option A to designate both sites, or option B not to designate both sites. So in conclusion, if council chooses to complete the intention to designate for the above mentioned properties during this meeting, they will need to pass the designation bylaws, which were included within the council agenda. Heritage staff and the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee recommended designation for all of these sites under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I did want to note further to the delegation request earlier this evening, it is of importance to note that the request to remove a character defining element identified as the wooden windows is a significant change to the designation bylaw and one that is not recommended by staff. The inclusion of the wood windows within the designation bylaw was recommended by staff and further endorsed by the Municipal Heritage Committee. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Bianca. Questions or comments? Councillor Frake?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Bianca, can you explain to me, the gentleman that came in, was here earlier tonight, who owns 8 to 10 Ontario Street, he seemed quite frustrated and quite irritated with not being, with the, I guess there was a change somewhere in there where he came in at the late end of the decision and after he bought the property, and he got caught up in some issues about, I think he was talking about windows to the property. Can you explain to me what's going on there so I can kind of understand a little better? Because I think, is there something we can do for this gentleman? I mean, if we pass this, is he snookered? I mean, he can't go ahead with any more repairs, or can you just give us an overview? Thank you.
Yes, through you, the mayor. So I can give you an overview of the situation. So in 2019, the previous property owner requested for the property to be removed from the Municipal Heritage Register. And following the assessment against the Ontario Regulation 906, it concluded that the property met several of the criteria for designation. And the character defining elements were identified by both staff and the Heritage Committee, and those included those wooden windows. And for your reference, the notice of intention to designate took place in 2021. The property was sold, I would say that was Q1 of 2021, and then the property was sold probably in Q3. The file was actively with the Ontario Land Tribunal. So the previous objection from the previous homeowner was withdrawn. And then the Ontario Land Tribunal offered the new property owners the opportunity to object to the designation. And following them not providing any further objections, that file was closed. I've since met with the property owners at 8 to 10. They're doing some restoration work on the building. I know he mentioned, I do have a list here, he mentioned the wooden sills being covered in tin. So the tin can be removed and the sills can be restored. He talked about the front porch. I have looked at the front porch. It's a wood decking. The wood deck can be replaced in kind. So if he has rotten boards, he can replace rotten boards with new boards. But any extensive change would have to come through a heritage committee to make sure whatever they're putting on is compatible, but they definitely can make modifications to the building. We're just going to be making sure it's done in accordance with best practices against the standards and guideline for historic places in Canada. So that's how we assess those impacts. And the wooden windows are character defining elements. So I would, in my professional recommendation, I would recommend that not be removed from the designation bylaw, as they are integral to the overall appearance of the site. And further to that, when it comes to the masonry and the mortar replacements, again, that can be done in kind. They don't need a heritage permit to upgrade the mortar joints. They don't need a heritage permit to repair the wood windows, but to take out the wood windows and put in vinyl, they would need approval from council. And again, that would be in keeping with best practices. So I hope that helps to answer some of your questions, but happy to answer any other ones.
Sorry, to the mayor, to Bianca. It sounded like to me when he was speaking earlier that there was an exorbitant cost to him attached to doing what you're suggesting. Is there any kind of grants or anything that this gentleman can avail of, or is there any help we can get from the town to help him overcome this? Because I think the cost was a big issue for him. I don't think he was against it. I think it was just it was an exorbitant cost to replace the windows with, or retain the windows with the wood and within the Heritage Act. Is there anything we can do to help him, or is he just stuck with this decision?
Through you, the mayor. So again, it's best practice that those windows be retained, especially with the heritage value that was identified during the assessment. But there is a heritage grant that he can apply for. I have mentioned this to him. He does need to be fully designated in order to apply for that. And the windows are definitely something that grant can be used for. Also, we have heritage professionals on staff that can do assessments of those windows to see what condition they're actually in and see how much of it needs to be replaced. And there's also a lot of opportunities to add weather stripping to those those windows to bring them up to a higher R value, and that will ensure, I know he had mentioned some things about drafts and things like that, but the restoration of wood windows have really come a long way, and there's a lot of tools that way that he can incorporate into the building. We have a lot of professionals the who come highly recommended that we can offer to these homeowners to get several quotes so that they're getting something fair. But again, yeah, the grant is definitely something he would be able to apply for, and the assessment can be conducted by staff to determine the extent of the rot that he's claiming is there. And other than that, they could be potentially in good shape. We don't know. I'd have to do an assessment for those.
To the mayor again. So we, the town, you at the Heritage team would assist him to go through this process? Will you?
Through you, the mayor, yes. I've already met with them on site. And I myself can conduct the assessment of the wood windows to determine the condition. And then I'm happy to help him get some professional opinions prior to actually committing to a quote so he can get an idea of what that restoration entails. And then I'm happy to help him through the designation, grant process following the designation of the building.
Okay, thank you very much, Bianca.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan, and thank you, Bianca, for your report. I'm having some difficulty. He said he's already changed some windows, and it's an older home, and it sounds like he wants to fix it up so he can have people live in it. So what's the issue that he can't, again, they're heritage windows, but yet he was able to already, there's some windows were the windows changed prior to his ownership to it?
Through you, the mayor. So the windows on the top floor were replaced, and then several around the back and on the sides, but the actual bay windows on the front, maybe I can share my screen. Just so you can see here. So these are the windows here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's some in here and on the other side. So there's 4 on each bay window. And sorry, I'll make that bigger. And they have been identified as character defining elements. So their removal would impact the character of the building, and best practice is to keep those in place. He is welcome to put wood up here, or he can leave that as a vinyl. But under the Heritage Act, retention of original fabric is always best practice.
Mention the front porch. Now, he said replacing boards. Has there been an opportunity to look at the stability of the undercarriage, the framing or the forming of the undercarriage of the front porch? If that needs to be, I mean, I wouldn't be putting boards down if it's not secure and strong underneath. So has that been addressed too, Bianca?
Through you, the mayor. So I did meet with Lee and his wife on site, and we discussed the porch. So we're not saying they can't fix the porch. We're saying that if they're going to change like this appearance, then the Heritage Committee should provide comment on what they're going to be putting here. And these pieces here have already been determined to be modern. I don't know how much of this structure is original, but that would be done during the assessment of removal. As for the stability and structural integrity of the resource, they can go in and do the necessary repairs from the structural component. It's just if this is a significant change, it requires a heritage permit. And he would be bringing a proposal forward to Heritage Committee, and then ultimately council would decide if that addition is compatible with the resource. So it's definitely something that can be done. And then you could, as an interim solution, go in, make this structurally stable, and replace boards in kind while he's waiting for that heritage permit. There's nothing preventing him from that.
Yeah, so what I was wondering, so under the building code, in dealing with the heritage aspect, so does one take priority over the other from a safety perspective?
Through you, the mayor, health and safety always trumps heritage protections.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, but I think my question was asked by Councillor Cadwell.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake, resolved that report PA 22-37 dated September 19th, 2022 regarding Ontario Land Tribunal decision and council direction report be received, and that council complete the directions provided by the Ontario Land Tribunal for the municipal properties at 8 to 10 Ontario Street, 104 Main Street East, 141 Main Street East, and 147 Main Street East by passing the designation bylaws. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So we're designating 141 and 147 by passes. Okay, great, that's what I wanted. Thank you.
All right, now we're moving to number 14, correspondence. Need a mover and seconder for, the request is for flag raising for the National Day of Truth and for Truth and Reconciliation, and that is on September 30th this year. So we need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the correspondence pertaining to the flag raising request for the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation be received and that council approve the request. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Furtick, do you have an update tonight or not? No? No update? All right. Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Furtick. Interesting article in the St. Catharines Standard today. Niagara Transit needs $13 million to get up and running. So services amalgamation costs, no surprise, but help needed from feds and province. Any comment or from any discussions on that? Like, where is $13 million? Is that to incorporate the other 3 existing transit companies that are already out there, or what's the $13 million? If you've got to help me out there.
Regional Councillor Furtick.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. Thanks for the question, Councillor. The object is obviously to amalgamate the Niagara Falls, St. Catharines, and Welland, and in doing that, there is some hires that need to happen. I believe there's 7 hires in order to remember that this is taking an organization and creating one. So from the general manager and the 7 hires, as well as the rental of the office, the initial costs is around $13 million. That's the projected right now. So it's just like starting a new company, and when you start a new company, you need some seed money in order to get things going.
Yeah, understanding that, are they looking to, some of the buses that are being used now within the other 3 transit systems within the region, are they looking to use those? Or is this part of buying new buses? Has that been discussed at all?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no, it's got absolutely nothing to do with the buying new buses. There is a budget meeting that's going to happen between now and the end of December. And in that budget will be the capital budget as well. Then the general manager will come forward with her budget in purchasing new assets. So it's got nothing to do with purchasing any assets.
All that information was in the regional report on the transit amalgamation, so. Need a mover and seconder for first reading of the bylaws? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 22-71 to 22-75 inclusive, and the same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Councillor Dunstall, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 22-71 to 22-75 inclusive, read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to Section 17, announcements. Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Worship. It's not an announcement, it's, I just wanted to say thank you to those members of council who are not running in the upcoming election for their service. I especially want to thank Councillor Cadwell, or Alderman Cadwell, that has served on council for 16 years? 16 years. We were on council together for 12 previously, and although we didn't always agree on everything, I know that you've worked hard over that time period and that you always put Grimsby first. And so thank you for all those years of service. On behalf of all the residents of Grimsby, I want to say thanks, because this is, I think we all know, a lot of times a thankless job, and somebody needs to say thanks to the people who put the amount of time in that you put in over the years. So thank you, Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Councillor DeFlavio. You stole my thunder a little bit there, but again, thank you for your 16 years of services, Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor DeFlavio. We did have some interesting and fun times together. As you said, we didn't always agree, but I have the utmost respect for you too, Councillor, just as we 12 years serving together. So, yeah, I just want to, just a couple of quick things. I just want to, first of all, thank the Ward 2 residents for their support in electing me for 4 terms, consecutive 16 years. It was an honor and a pleasure to serve Ward 2 residents, and also to work with members of council, working with some great staff people that we still have too. So that's been a real highlight for me too. So, I mean, as we all know, politics has its highs and it has its lows. So, but it's, I think anybody that puts their name in and wants to work for the betterment of their community, I tip my hat to you. And then what I want to do is, I want to thank my wife and my girls, Jill, Jody, and Brittany, for all their support. They stood by me steadfast through everything. And so I just want to thank them for their support and their encouragement too. And this decision was, it wasn't an easy decision. I met with, well, my family. We sat down and had some discussions in that. So, yeah, again, I just want to thank everybody, and it's been a real pleasure, because I've met some really fantastic people, learned a lot about our community, and I just wish the new council in that they again do the best thing for Grimsby, because it is a great community. So, thank you very much.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to echo Councillor DeFlavio's comments. Thank everyone that served that's not running again. I wish everyone else that is running the best of luck. but my announcement tonight actually is I want to give a huge shout out to many residents of Ward 1. The neighborhood of Vanderburg, Peachtree, Central, and Bernice Court did a 3rd annual food drive this past week. Last year, they had raised something like 1,500 pounds of food, and they donated to GBF. Well, it's great to hear this year they raised 2,006.6 pounds of food for their neighborhood food drive, and to donate to GBF. I know that will be put to phenomenal use, and I don't want to go into too much detail because I don't know if he's how much people know what he had done behind the scenes, what he had not done, but I want to give a special thank you to Antoine. He was one of the main organizers in that group, and fantastic job. 3 years. I look forward to talking to you later this week. Thank you.
All right, I have one last announcement. Oh, Councillor Vardy, sorry. You didn't have your hand up.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just, as you know, many of us are going door to door. Well, one of the things that I hear quite a bit are, what are the election dates? And I know that we have them on our website, but I think it would be a really good idea if we published everything in the local newspaper, just to help make people aware, because I'm getting that question quite a bit as I'm going around.
Yes, our clerk's going to comment on that, Councillor Vardy.
If I could talk to that and make an announcement, we will be publishing in the local papers. We have the dates set, so you should be seeing that shortly. I just wanted to say that advanced voting days, that's for internet and telephone, will commence on October 10th at 12 a.m. until October 24th. And we will also have advanced in-person voting at Town Hall on Saturday, October 15th and October 19th from 10 to 8. And of course, the voting day, which is October 24th from 10 to 8. The voting day will all have different locations where you can vote, and it will be based on your ward. So voting cards will be sent out shortly, and you should see more information in the papers.
Thank you, Sarah. And my one last announcement is that it's only 5 days away to Grimsby's 100th celebration, downtown Grimsby, from noon to 11 p.m. And according to Trevor from Parks and Rec Services, we're adding more talent daily. So it's going to be very exciting. And I am going to Deer Park tomorrow to meet with 300-year-old people that are at Deer Park, and I'm looking forward to talking to them because they were actually share the same age as our town. And before we move into closed, the next council meeting will be the inaugural meeting for the 22 to 26 term of council, and it's scheduled for Monday, November 21st, 2022. So we're going to move into closed again before we come back for the confirming bylaw. Need a mover and seconder to move into closed. Moved by Councillor Frey, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Moved by Councillor Frey, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that council meet in closed session under section 2392F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, specifically regarding 133 to 137 Main Street East and 141 to 149 Main Street East. All in favor to go into closed? That's carried. Welcome back, everyone. We've come out of close now. Need the mover and seconder for the direction on out of closed. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote requested by Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that the update provided in closed session in regards to 133 to 137 Main Street East and 141 to 149 Main Street East be received, and the staff and legal counsel proceed with the direction provided in closed session.
Councillor DeFlavio?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
No.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
Need a mover and seconder for the confirming bylaw. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-76, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? It's carried. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-76 read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same, and the rule of council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. And just before I adjourn, I'd like to leave the chair and ask Councillor Cadwell to come up to hit the gavel and adjourn the meeting.
The end of the meeting? Yes. My last meeting?
Yes.
That's not so.
We could call an emergency.
Okay, meeting is adjourned. That's, that's the way it sounds, eh?